Hello, hello. Okay, there. My mic's working now. So today is Mini Tuesday. So that means there is 7 states up. No, 6 states up, not 7. Idaho, Michigan, Missouri, Mississippi, North Dakota, and Washington. So the big one for tonight is going to be Michigan. It's going to be crucial for Sanders if he doesn't end up winning or keeping it in pretty close. It's not going to be good for his campaign ahead in the Midwest or in general. He won Michigan last time, and if he doesn't win it this time, he is going to have no chance with the nomination and will have trouble ahead. Let me pull up my chat on my phone so I could see it easier instead of moving back and forth. Okay, I think, yeah, it's up now. And let me share this too. That's not what I wanted to do. Here. Share. Twitter. If you've not done so, follow me on Twitter. I also had some polls up, so I'm going to leave that because some people voted. You could still vote now if you wanted to get what you think would happen in. Let's also do this on Reddit. Okay. There we go. So let's go back. See, is there any results in there? Should be coming in pretty shortly. I think Missouri and Mississippi close about 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock East. Mississippi primary 2020 Democratic. Oh yeah, I think they also have their Senate primary going on. Okay, 7:20, so about 20 more minutes, and then I'm not there. Missouri is 10 minutes later than that, so 20-minute difference between the two. Here, I'm gonna actually take my Twitter and paste it in the live chat. If you've not yet voted on there, follow me as well as vote in those polls. I currently have for every single Mini Tuesday state. North Dakota favored Bernie Sanders barely. Tie in Idaho favored Joe Biden in Mississippi. Missouri, Joe Biden heavily favored. Washington, Joe Biden slightly favored. Michigan, Bernie Sanders slightly favored. But in polling, Biden heavily favored in Michigan, but Michigan is pretty bad at polling usually. So that we'll see if it'll be accurate this time or not. Oh, some Michigan results are starting to come in early. Bernie Sanders lead. Kent County is going to be pretty big. If Sanders could do pretty good there, that'll be good for his campaign ahead. Hello, we got someone new in the chat. We now have 4 people in the stream. If you've not done so, please go and like as well as hit the subscribe button. I'm going to pull up the the results in the previous. Oh, here we go. Some results in Missouri as well. The previous primaries, to be able to see how it changed, because now it has come down to a two-way race. Besides Tulsi Gabbard still in, I think she may gain some delegates in Democrats abroad. She may do pretty good there. 2016 Democratic primary results. And CNN has a pretty good one. So let's go to Michigan. Pull this over here. They just call Mississippi for Biden. So far they've called Missouri and Mississippi now. Michigan, some early results in, but Bernie Sanders leading there by 5 points. So it looks like if Bernie Sanders is to have a chance to win Michigan, he is going to have to turn out a lot of votes in Kent. Previously, this is a pretty big county. Previously, he got 62%, or about 2/3 almost. And that was about 10%, not even, maybe 8% of his vote was just coming from there. And that's like an outside county. We'll see how Biden does in Detroit. And if Sanders could pull out a lot of these rural, as well as possibly Macomb, will be a pretty close county. Surprised that there's some early results in already here. Any votes? Okay, there's some in Missouri. No votes on there. Oh, that'll be interesting. A Republican primary in Michigan. We'll see how many votes come out for Trump there. Michael Bloomberg has got some votes. More votes starting to come in for Michigan. Macomb County starting to come in. This is going to be a pretty crucial county if it could be tight, or Biden runs ahead, or Sanders runs ahead here, as well as in the 2020 election. Macomb will be very, very crucial for the state of Michigan. I think Biden is going to win Missouri. He was already announced the winner. We'll see how much he'll win it by. Michael Bloomberg still actually got 14% of the vote. Warren 7. Okay, yeah. The only thing is I didn't like about if you early vote is you sometimes don't know if your candidate's going to drop out or not. Nope. Shows so far pretty close race. Oh wow, Bernie Sanders leading in Detroit right now. That'd be if he could pull out some turnout in Detroit, that'll be very good for his campaign. Bay County's pretty close, but currently it's very ahead for Biden. Very early results, and so it's not that big of a factor yet. Van Buren, 15-point lead. Sanders won pretty heavily. Yeah, I think Michigan's going to be closer than polls are showing. And I said that Sanders could actually win it. In my prediction, I gave it to Sanders very narrowly. Um, Michigan is pretty bad at polling usually. Even in the 2016 election, I think it was like 5 points off in 2012. It's 8 points off in 2008. It's usually not that accurate in predicting in polls. So we'll see if it continues to be wrong, or will this finally be a correct polling. Okay, now Biden's taking the lead in Detroit. Macomb is now close once again. Surprised there's more results in Michigan over like Missouri right now, or even Mississippi. Do you think the coronavirus will hurt President Trump this year's election? That's a hard question because the thing with the coronavirus is it actually has peaked in China and has now, after its peak, half the people that in the peak. So it went from 60,000 with it down to 30,000 with the virus, and about 3,000 people died. Um, the thing is, we don't really know how long it's going to last. It depends on the response. I heard that Trump wanted to cut payroll taxes as well as issue more loans to small businesses as well as medium-sized businesses, as well as helping relieve stress on trans like the airline industry as well as cruise industry and other hotels, which I think if something like that were to come out, I think that would be a pretty good idea for a response, because payroll taxes are usually favored more towards here, I'll link it. Wait, can you link yeah, I'll link that one. More payroll taxes is linked towards more middle and low income. So if that were to happen, I think that'd be very smart to do. There may be a recession. I think if there's going to be one, it'll be at the second half of the year or the beginning of next year. I've been thinking there's going to be a recession the beginning of next year. But we'll see how the coronavirus takes effect and how much it'll have on the impact on the economy. This quarter, it looks to be growing over 1.5% about, which is not great, but it's still in the positive. You have to have 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP to actually go into a recession. But I think it depends on the response. So far, I don't think it hurts him that much because there hasn't been that much damage in the U.S. besides the travel and more vacations and stuff like that have hurt the industries that deal with that. But I don't think it'll have that big of an impact at the moment. We'll see in days to come, and if it actually has as big of an effect on the economy. So some results in Michigan for Republican, Oakland County, which is now reporting about 8,000 votes for Trump. That's pretty, I think that's good actually. Oakland County, oh no, Oakland County's huge. That's a pretty big area. Yeah, Oakland County's huge. I think, yeah, this is linked to the Associated Press, I'm pretty sure, in Missouri, yeah. Biden expanding his lead in Michigan, with about 0.5% of the vote in. Mississippi, very few results in, 0.3%. 2024 could be a repeat of 2008, a super unpopular Republican Party with a very popular Democratic candidate, because if Biden is the nominee, there is no way he wins. Like a lot of people, when I do predictions, when I've done my prediction on Trump versus Biden, I've predicted Trump's to win. But in my mind, I don't see Biden as that charismatic, and he could actually hurt himself with the gaffes that he does. And imagine campaign ads as well as debates with Trump, which Trump, if you like him or not, he's actually very smart in the way of debating. I've looked at a lot of videos on people who study debating, and it looks Trump is like he knows what he's saying in a certain way to get the attention of the press as well as other things and that would benefit him and his base. But I don't think Biden would win in my mind. I think it'll be close, but I don't think he'd win. In 2024, I think will be an interesting race. I actually think it's going to be Nikki Haley versus. I think Nikki Haley is going to be the Republican. Pence, I don't know if he'll run or not. I don't think he is going to, but we'll see. On the Democratic side, I think it's going to be kind of like 2020. Once again, there's going to be a large amount of Democrats that are going to run. I think Kamala Harris is going to run again. Warren, she has said she's not going to run. I'm pretty sure she said that. I think I saw that in an article. But I think she'll run, possibly. Tulsi Gabbard probably will run again. Booker, a lot of different amount of Democrats I think will run. Okay, Michigan, more results coming in. 14 point lead for Biden currently. A large amount of votes coming out. 40% of the vote for Sanders currently, 55% for Biden, and Trump is at 25,000 votes with 95% in. Rick Scott could run for the establishment. I feel like Rick Scott is not gonna. Yeah, he might, but I don't think so. I think actually Lindsey Graham might run. I wouldn't doubt it. I think it'll be interesting 2024 as well as this year's already been pretty interesting. Biden actually performing very well in these rural areas. Not a good sign for Sanders, but we'll see in the upper state. And is Flint starting to come in? What is Flint County called? Not yet. Do you think Amy Klobuchar will run again in 2024? I do think she'll run again in 2024. I think it'll be a large amount of candidates that are going to run, including a lot from this election cycle. If you've not done so, please go subscribe, like the video, as well as hit the notification bell. We're at 201 subscribers, and I hope we could hit maybe another 2 more subscribers tonight. So if you've not done so, please go subscribe. huge Bernie bro, but I'm ashamed to say that he's done. We'll see how he does tonight, and I think if he doesn't perform well in Michigan, which it's showing that he's not doing too well right now, I think it'll be done if he doesn't win Michigan. That was the state he won last time. A lot of union vote. He had a lot of support from unions, and if he can't win it, it's not going to be good. He'll be done. Not a lot of votes coming out of Missouri and Mississippi yet. I want to see if there's let me pull up Michigan primary 2020. How about Mississippi? I'm looking if there's any delegates in Missouri. Not yet. Okay. I think he won Oakland County too. Oh no, he didn't win Oakland County. It was pretty close though. So it looks like the polls have so far been correct in Michigan. So this is already looking like a very bad sign for Sanders' campaign ahead. And actually, Clinton is in second place. Unpredicted. That's so weird. What the heck? Hold on. Wait. I think people won't care about Biden's gap, so they'll just vote because they don't like Trump. I think it does matter how you like. I think if even though a lot of people don't like Trump, a lot of people are sick of the establishment. That'll be a test to see again because Clinton, big establishment, and she lost the 3 states in the Midwest that haven't been Republican since the 80s, which is a very bad sign for the Democrats because a lot of establishment Republicans are kind of coming to an end, and there's more the new Republican Party emerging. It hasn't completely taken over, but it is more than the Democrats, like Sanders and like all these other progressive populists are taking over the left as well, these non-establishment candidates. And if there's establishment versus a populist candidate, it's not going to look good for the establishment. Like, I think it'd be closer if it's Trump versus Sanders in an election. But I think Trump would beat Biden just because Biden is the big establishment. He has also voted for a lot of these trade deals too that a lot of people in the Midwest were not too happy about. Trump has rewritten NAFTA. It's going through the Canadian process right now. And then what else? For phase 1 China trade deal, we'll see how that works. But the message that he's given, a lot of people like that voted for him, and a lot of these anti-establishment are in favor of Trump if it's establishing candidate versus a populist. Let's see. I think what is it? Mississippi is also having a primary for the Senate. Senate primary. Yeah, I'll leave that up to. Can you do AOC versus Shapiro? I did see that. I will do it at some point. If you've not seen, I did a Kamala Harris versus Nikki Haley video, so go check that out if you have not done so yet. I think it came out very good. It was one of my, I think it was my first election night actually, but I will be doing an AOC versus Shapiro video at some point. Not too sure when. Maybe once the primaries start cooling off, so maybe end of March, beginning April. Yeah, not a good sign for Sanders so far in Michigan. We'll see how it ends up, but right now it doesn't look too good. Some results in Mississippi for the Republicans. Trump has 99.07% right now. I want to see some more results in because it's like very small right now, and I kind of want to see so I could get an idea of delegate count. Results slightly stalling now in Michigan. Kalamazoo, let's see, what was the results there last time? 60% to 37. Was it? Yeah, 38 about. over 100,000 votes for Trump now in Michigan. I think Joe Biden will do better in Mississippi in general if he's the nominee because of African American votes. He may be able to put in the likely margin, but it doesn't mean that I don't think he's gonna just go campaign in the South unless it's like Georgia. I think more focused on the Midwest and Arizona and Nevada and stuff like that. I think that he's actually going to have a little problem in Nevada just because of his results in the primary. Is he going to be able to get those progressive voters to vote for him? The other question around was, could Bernie Sanders get the moderate voters to vote for him? That's the problem. There's currently a party divide. Like, there was one in the Republican Party, but Trump just took over very quickly was the thing. It's not like we're polling is like a 10-point difference where it's that close. If it's like a 40%, 60%, or like a 50-50, it's not a good sign because you have to reunite your party as well as get independents to come out for you. Close race in Missouri previously. %, in Michigan. It's about a 10-point lead for Biden. Trump announced the winner in Missouri, as well as Mississippi. What was the voting for the Republican one? It was pretty close, actually. Cruz almost won. Trump carried St. Louis, though, and Cruz carried Jefferson. About Michigan, Republican. I know Trump won, yeah. He got 483,000. Sanders won 595,000. votes are being counted so slowly right now, except for Michigan. Michigan's actually going pretty decently fast. Let's see, is there any declared delegates yet? 14, okay. Let's go and actually to USA, Democratic. Yang dropped out. Booker dropped out. Steyer out. Castro out. Bennett out. Delaney out. Williamson out. Iowa was it was 15. Well, I know I'm putting 15 instead of 14 because I'm going to give one more for Sanders in New Hampshire to show up on there. 8, 11, 6, and 1. New Hampshire will be 10, 8, and 6. I think Bernie Sanders will lose Florida in the general election because his comments of Castro, and that would hurt him with Cubans and Puerto Ricans. I agree. The thing is, in Florida, the incumbent almost always wins. There's usually never an incumbent that loses Florida. And I think with Trump's actual approval rating in Florida doing pretty decent with +3, is a good sign for him, and I think he is pretty strong in Florida. I think it'd be hard for him to really lose it. The Republicans gained the Senate seat. They picked up the governorship once again in 2018 in a Democratic year. 24 was it 9 and 3. I'm trying to remember all these. Let me go now to here. South Carolina 39-15. 15-39. Alabama 44-8. American Samoa 4-2. Arkansas 17, 9 and 5, 17. Nine, 5. California 186. $150. Close. 15 and 5. 15, 5. It's about actually 60 remain, but I actually gave 2 extra. Colorado 20, 12, 20, 12, 6 and 9. Maine 11, 9 and 4. 11, 9 and 4. Massachusetts 37, 29, 25. Was it 37? I'm predicting Joe Biden will be our next president. I don't agree that I don't think he'll win just because I don't see him that charismatic. I think currently he's riding on the Obama presidency as well as the endorsements he's received. I personally don't think he would beat Trump, and my predicting I don't think he'd beat Trump either. I know spoke to a lot of Democrats that just wouldn't support him, that are moderate too. As well as independents, I have as well, that would actually not vote or vote for Trump over 38, 27, 10, 38. North Dakota 67, 37, 67, 37, 2 and 4. Twenty-one, 13, 1, 2, 21, 13, 1 and 2, 33, 33, 19, 1 and 10, 19, 1 and 10, Texas 111, 102, got it to 101 so far. 5 and 10. 5, 10. Well, there we go. There's the 5. There we go. Utah 13, 2 and 2, 13, 2 and 2. Give it to. I don't know why I feel like boot. Yeah. I did it right. 13, 2, 2. Vermont 11 and 5. $66. 31 and 2. 31 and 2. And now to update it with the new results, let's update 20 in Mississippi. And any other states? Michigan. Not yet. What about, where is it? Missouri. Missouri, there we go. Nothing yet. So now in Michigan, 10-point lead for Biden. Not looking too good for Sanders. And let's see, Trump is got over 100,000 votes. Mississippi, very good for Biden at the moment. Oh yeah, I forget. Democrats abroad's also tonight. Democrats abroad. It ends March. Okay, so it'd probably not be in tonight. Oh shoot! I hit my mic. I think Biden is a crook. Watch the video where he brags about how he got his kid off the hook in Ukraine. Play for pay. I did see that the investigator thing where he was saying he was paying him off. I think it was at a PAC or something. Some for an investigator on his son. I didn't look too much into it, but I heard about it and I saw a clip of it. St. Louis starting to come in. Let's go to Mississippi. Every single county went for Clinton last time. What about North Dakota? What was the results? Heavily Sanders. I'm pretty sure he's going to win North Dakota tonight, even though he's performed pretty bad in the others as well as Idaho. I think he'll win. These are both very progressive areas that he should win as well. As well as Washington, he should win. These are very progressive areas. So the next states are going to be for next Tuesday: Ohio, Illinois, Florida, Arizona. And that's all. But what is it? Illinois, Ohio are going to be pretty big. And Arizona. Those three are pretty much swing areas. More lean Biden, but it's possible for Sanders to win one of them, or two. So what's your prediction if Joe Biden is the... Here, I'll do it here. So first, state Republican: Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana, North and South Dakota, Nebraska, except the second, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Missouri, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, Alaska, and South Carolina. Yeah. For Biden, California, Washington, we'll see tonight, Hawaii, Illinois, New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Delaware, Maryland, D.C., 1st Congressional District, and so if you're over 15%, you're in the safe, which is the current I put in. So now likely states, which is 5 to 15%, Texas, Iowa. Iowa will actually, I'm not going to mark Iowa yet. So Texas looks like to be the only, actually, hold on. I haven't looked at polls that have actually come out recently. I know I browsed at them, but I don't really look into them. Florida, Trump's up. Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, but Democrats up in general. Arizona, Georgia. I think Georgia has actually been polling very good for Trump, and yeah, I could see him winning it possibly. It's gonna be leaner likely. I think it'll be closer to likely. So now back to the Democrats. Oregon likely, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, New Mexico, Virginia, going back to Trump, Arizona, Ohio, Iowa, North Carolina, Maine. Maine's going to be likely. Back to Biden. Lean in Minnesota. Lean in Colorado. Not going to mark New Hampshire yet. Lean in Michigan. There we go. Back to Trump. Tilt Florida. Lean. Tilt Wisconsin. Back to Biden. Tilt. And Pennsylvania I think will be pretty even, but I think Biden would tilt it out. So that'd be my prediction on a 1v1 Biden Trump at the moment. I think Ohio could actually, yeah, I could see it being likely actually. Trump's done pretty good there with his approval polling as well as results in the midterms. Iowa could be close to, it's pretty close to likely as well, probably 4 to 5%. Biden did not perform too well in the Iowa caucuses, which signals weakness in that state for the general election ahead. Yes, Trump didn't win Iowa, I know, but it was close. I'll do it if it was Sanders as well, just to get that out of the way. Arizona, I think, could move up to likely. North Carolina, I think, could move to likely. Florida, lean. Nevada, lean. Colorado, likely. Rhode Island, safe. New Hampshire, likely. Lean in Ohio. Georgia will not be, trust me, Georgia will not be tilt. Georgia has not shown too much of his swing in actual results. I'll show you too. Not Georgia primary. 2016 election results. Trump won it in the likely margin. In 2012, it was about 7.8%. 2008, it was at 6%. 2004, it was higher. Ever since 2004, it leveled out to about 5 to 8%. And in 2018, in the governor race, Republicans won it by 3% in a Democratic year. And so far, if you look at polling for Georgia, where is it? Trump versus Biden. Trump has an average 7.5 point lead there. There's a piece of paper on my, like a little, not a piece of paper or something, just went in my keyboard. In between one of my keys, I'm trying to get it out. So I changed, so this one is Sanders. I'll switch it back to Biden. Yeah, that's my Biden prediction. I think Sanders performs better in the Midwest, as well as besides Arizona, like Nevada, Colorado, and New Hampshire. He performs better in. And I actually think Virginia would be lean. I forgot to change that for Sanders. Lean, what the heck is this? Oh, uncommitted. I think this is Amash's area, kinda here. How's St. Louis doing? Lead for Biden there. Joe Biden will turn out African Americans in Georgia. The thing is, Georgia isn't just African Americans. There's other voters. Even if you could turn out a base, Trump has actually had a higher approval rating than he got in total votes. He's had an average 12 to 15% approval among African Americans. He received 8% of the vote. If he breaks 10 to 12%, it's going to be hard for him. I know that's a lot still for Biden, probably 80-ish%. If Trump cracks 10 to 12% of the African American vote, that'll be very good for him in states like Georgia as well as the Midwest, because that's not just having him get only white support. If there's growing in African American as well as slightly growth in Hispanics as well as Asian voters, which is shown in polling over actually white voters, minority voters have grown more than approval of Trump than by white voters. In Georgia, if it was gonna be tilt, it would have been tilt in 2018 because one, it was a very popular candidate for the Democrats as well as large fundraising. Democratic year, it would have been tilt. It was 3% win for Brian Kemp, and or whatever his name is, Kemp. I know his name's Kemp, but I think it's Brian Kemp. I don't think it would be tilt. Georgia's not going to be tilt for another election or two over. As well as there's the 2 Senate races that are also one a very popular senator that'll win it probably by about 10%, and then the other race there's no not credible, but known Democrat really running there. So another race that'll be 8 to 10 points. So that'll even increase Republican turnout. If you've not heard yet, Steve Bullock has announced he's running in Montana for the Senate, so that's going to be interesting there. See how that plays out. I think it'll be closer than before, probably a lean margin in that Senate race. Biden definitely won't. Pennsylvania, I'm only edging it out for him just because he's got. It's not. Michigan, Pennsylvania is the hardest state for me because I think if it was maybe actually if this was Sanders, it probably would go like this, and usually Wisconsin favors more progressives and Pennsylvania favors moderates, and Pennsylvania right now Biden has shown a closening race there. Let's see if there's any more results. Doesn't look like it yet. And Biden is the announced winner in Michigan, which is very good for his campaign ahead and doesn't look too good for Sanders. Yo, Nick, I can't wait to prove you wrong when Joe Biden wins the presidency. We'll see. There's a lot of people who don't like Biden and his own party. I'm just saying that. I know a lot of Democrats and that wouldn't vote or even vote for Trump over him. If there's an establishment candidate that the Democrats place forward again, it's going to be hard for them to win. What is... Oh, okay. Where is... Thing is, Detroit was actually closer this time around than last time, but every other county is favoring Joe Biden over Sanders. That Sanders did very well, but the thing with Michigan is like it's pretty like Joe Biden and Obama did the bailout of the automobile industry, and that was liked a lot by most manufacturers and that were in the automobile, as well as a lot didn't like it that lost their jobs still. But it did show out that Biden was favored in that. I think the Democrats should nominate a blue dog Democrat in 2024. Depends if they're populist or establishment, if they could prove to win, because there's possibilities of some pretty strong Republicans coming out too. Not saying that there's not going to be any strong Democrats. I think Kamala Harris is going to probably go. Tulsi Gabbard. Booker is probably going to run. We'll see a lot of Democrats as well as a lot of Republicans And the other problem, if it depends on like what kind of blue dog Democrat, like a Southern Democrat or like the classic old style Democrats. Because if it's like the Southern, they're going to have a problem in the Midwest, which is actually probably, I think that Arizona's going to flip to the Democrats in 2024, as well as I think Texas is going to move into the lean margin and become competitive. And the Midwest is trending Republican. So there's currently a counterbalance going on right now, that the Southwest is trending Democrats, and the is trending Democrat, and the Midwest is trending Republican. We'll see which one goes which way faster. I think Arizona will turn to the Democrats faster than, like, let's say, in Minnesota. Okay, it looks like there's some more delegates. Mississippi. Nothing new about Missouri. Okay, 25 and 10. If you're new to the channel, please go subscribe, like the video, as well as hit the notification bell. I'll be live streaming next Tuesday, so go check that out. It'll be very interesting, as well as follow me on my Twitter page. I post actually the whole country. It took me a while, about 2 months, to do every individual state. Here's an example. And then I did polls for what you think would happen in these states, and so far, let's see, Michigan was incorrect. Missouri was correct. Mississippi was correct. So yeah, go subscribe, as well as like the video. I don't think Bernie Sanders won't win against Trump because he's far left and he'll get defeated easily. Even though he's far left, he has that populist appeal and could get out a lot of younger voters, but it'll be counteracted with the middle voters probably not coming out to vote for him. So I think it'll be would be a similar situation that I think Trump would beat Sanders too, just because of his weakness with the middle voters, but he is counteracting it with Hispanics as well as younger voters, as well as he didn't, if you looked at exit polls, he didn't turn out African Americans too much, so would he be able to do that in a general? I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I forgot there's the Mississippi Senate Democratic primary. Mike Gillespie looks like the winner. When does Washington close? Hold on, let me look if there's any results. Michigan, no. What about Mississippi? Any new results? Missouri, no new results. Okay. Washington. I definitely. Why did I spell that wrong? Washington. Okay, that closes at 10:20. About, I think Idaho's also like 10:20, 10:05. What about, what was some other states that are going? Why am I blanking out on that? North Dakota. Let's see, when does that happen? North Dakota closes at, results expected soon. I think Biden could win because he is more likable than Hillary. He may be more favorable. Actually, no, I think he actually has some polls. RCP, Biden favorability, which is plus 1.6. Hillary Clinton, I think, actually has a higher favorability. Not now, but she had a where was it? At this point, she had, was it March 10th? She had about a +8 favorability at that point, but we'll see where Biden's favorability goes. I think it'll be higher than Clinton's, but Clinton had energized a lot of women voters as well. Will Biden be able to energize voters? I don't see him too well with energizing people to come out. He's not that charismatic, as well as he didn't do too well with this in Nevada. In the exit polls with the Hispanic voters, he only performed like 10% or 20% compared to Sanders getting like 60%. And with younger voters, I don't think he'd be able to turn him out, Joe Biden. And it would be a similar situation as it was in 2016, or even less. Sanders actually finally leading in one county. North Dakota's supposed to have some results pretty shortly. These three states are expected in the previous primary. They went heavily for Sanders. If Sanders loses even one of them, that wouldn't be good. He already lost Michigan, which went to him in 2016. He doesn't really have a chance now to gain the nomination after losing Michigan, in my opinion. And I think in betting, it's shown that Sanders is not really likely. Do you think Amy Klobuchar will be the front runner for the Democrats in 2024? Um, no, I don't think she'll be the front runner. She's likable, but she is not charismatic enough. Well, not that, but I think 2024 is going to be a progressive that's going to get the nomination. Um, it's growing in the Democratic Party, and I think if we'll see how Biden does with them in 2020. I don't think he's going to do too well with progressives, but I think that'll make him more and more passionate to come out and vote. But Amy Klobuchar is a pretty likable candidate. I think if she was more better with energizing, she's definitely not. I think even Biden is way better. She's just not that energizing of a candidate. She's a good debater, but she's not good at energizing. She was good then. She said Trump has no soul. Sorry, but you can't rule over people you don't think have souls. Well, you shouldn't at least. See if there's any more. Where did I put? I think, is this it? No, this is. We'll just do it from here. Michigan. Is there any delegates counted there yet? Why? This is being weird. Here, wait. I had it up. Missouri, Michigan. Oh, this is cool. I could actually see the total vote and exit polls. Just see if there's anything different before I look at that. Some more results in Mississippi. Not too many new ones in Missouri. Same results in Michigan. So Macomb, Biden did pretty good. He also did good in Oakland. Kent, Bernie Sanders did pretty good. Exit polls, Sanders did better with men. Biden did way better with women. With white voters, Biden performed better. With African Americans, Biden performed better. With Hispanics, Sanders performed better. Younger voters, Sanders dominated, as well as even 30 to 40. But 45 and up, Biden dominated, very liberal. Sanders dominated, somewhat liberal. Biden edged out, and moderate conservative Democrats, Biden won huge. Healthcare, Biden won. Climate change, Sanders edged out. Race relations, Biden won. Income inequality, Sanders won. Can beat Trump, Biden is more likely, according to voters. Agrees with you on major issues, Sanders won. Okay, so now we have some delegate count. 44 for Biden. 31 for Sanders. 50 remain. I want to see county by county. The thing is, is this some? I know like the Republican primary isn't as important, but I kind of want to see how much turnout was in each county because some of them are very crucial, such as Oakland as well as Macomb and Kent. When is the primary in general for House and all that? August 4th for Michigan. Yeah, I wish I could just find a county by county, but the New York Times just I ran out of articles. I hate that so much. A third of the vote in, so that means Trump could break 800,000. On Twitter, what was my prediction for a general election for Michigan? I know it was a Democratic win, but what was the actual? I think I'm. Oh, here it is. Michigan by county, Democratic win with 48.88% or 2.3 million, almost 2.4 million, and Trump with 2.3.5 million votes with 47.8%. Libertarians get 2.5 and Green gets 0.7% of the vote. With 68% turnout, 1.1% vote difference, and a 52,000 total vote difference. With Macomb going to Trump as well as Kent, Oakland going to the Democrats, but likely. Biden now has a million vote total difference. Sanders nearing 5 million total votes. Seriously, thank you, man. Thank you. No problem. Check out the stream next week. Is there any new delegate count? 34. Hold on. 5134 is that Michigan? 51 34. Let's see. Missouri 25. Okay, it looks about the same. 25 10. Yes. How about Mississippi? 20, and that's it so far. Yeah, Bernie is done. No chance now. Unless, like, something really crazy happens. Like, Biden collapses, but I doubt it. Very slim chance. Sanders, no chance ahead. Because he has now lost the state he won previously when he also lost the primary by now 12 points, almost 13, which he won it by 2. Missouri was close race last time. Biden winning it by about 24 points. But yeah, I don't see a path ahead for Sanders. If he doesn't win the next 3 states, he is not going to have a fun time the rest of his campaign. Other states that went to him by over 70%, these 3. Quarter in, fifth in, and about 40%. We should start seeing results in North Dakota pretty soon. Missouri, let's see, nothing new. Michigan, that's what I was gonna go for, Michigan. Why is Michigan so hard to do? If you want me to do any hypothetical predictions or anything else in the meantime, some results are stalled, so just leave it down in the comments. If you like House of Cards, you do a Conway versus Underwood realistic. I have not seen House of Cards. I've heard it's really good. I might actually watch it pretty soon. Joe Walsh actually got 5% of the vote there. Wow. If you have any other like predictions you want me to make, I'll do them. If you didn't see my county by county, this is what it looks like. It's on my Twitter page. You could go check that out if you want to. This took a long time. Like 4 months and 2 months worth of posting. Kamala Harris versus Rick Scott, 2024. This is the ones. Okay, this is actually the good map because sometimes those 2024 maps are not too great. Okay. A website that you may not know about. I'll show you in 1 second. Rick Scott on the issues. It's a very cool site. You should go check it out if you're interested in what a candidate has done and their proposals, as well as where they rank on the chart. Where was I going? Oh yeah, Kamala Harris, which is probably under Senate, California. California, Kamala Harris. Should go check that site out. So first, Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, except the second, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, and Alaska are safe for the Democrats, which is Kamala Harris. California, Washington, actually no. Washington's trending Republican at the moment. Illinois, Hawaii, D.C., Maryland, Massachusetts, Vermont, New York. That looks good. Yeah. Moving back to the likely Republican areas, Kansas, South Carolina, Iowa, Ohio. For the Democrat, which is Kamala Harris, Oregon, Washington, New Mexico, Colorado, Nevada, Virginia, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Maine's second, actually Maine's first. Forgot to do Maine second for him. So now going back to Rick Scott, lean. No, not North Carolina. Georgia would be lean. Lean Florida. And Nebraska's second. Going back to Kamala Harris, lean in Maine. Arizona, lean. Minnesota, lean. Michigan, lean. Back to Rick Scott, tilt North Carolina, and tilt Wisconsin, tilt Pennsylvania towards Kamala Harris. So that'd be my prediction on a Kamala Harris versus Rick Scott. If you have any other predictions you want me to make, just leave it down below. Okay, I'm back. Hold on, I gotta be right back for one more second. Alright, I am back. So the next one, Bill Gates is a Republican versus Mark Zuckerberg is the Democrat. I'm guessing 2024. So first, safe Republican, Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, South Carolina, Montana, I forgot to do, Alaska, Indiana, Missouri, yeah. For Mark Zuckerberg, California, Oregon, Illinois, New Mexico, DC, Maryland, Massachusetts, Vermont, New York, Hawaii, and Maine's first, all safe. Going back to Bill Gates, Kansas, not Georgia, Iowa, Ohio, Texas, I think he could actually do pretty good in. Maine, actually, yeah, lean. Back to Mark Zuckerberg, likely Washington, likely Colorado, Nevada, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, New Hampshire, Virginia, Maine, likely, yeah. Going back to Bill Gates, lean, Georgia, lean, North Carolina, back to Zuckerberg, lean, Arizona, lean, Minnesota, lean, Michigan, lean, Pennsylvania. Actually, Pennsylvania's hard. I think Wisconsin actually would go. No, I think both of them are still toss up. For Bill Gates, tilt Florida, tilt Nebraska second. Tilt Pennsylvania, tilt Wisconsin, which would lead to a House vote. Any more results? Just checking in. Not really. Gates would probably throw off Republican base in conservative states. Yeah, like Kansas, and I was debating upon Montana, Missouri, and Indiana, as well as South Carolina. But he has a large amount of funding, as well as Zuckerberg would have a large amount of funding. But Zuckerberg also has Facebook, which would target ads. What's the next one? AOC versus Marco Rubio. Now, Marco Rubio, in my opinion, is actually a pretty strong candidate. AOC, kind of on the younger side as well. Very popular with younger voters, but not too popular with more moderates and older voters. Better with Latino and African American voters. But let's go. Marco Rubio, Utah, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Indiana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, South Carolina, and Alaska. Going to the Democrats, California, Washington, Oregon, Illinois, Hawaii, New Mexico, actually not Oregon, DC, Maryland, Massachusetts, Vermont, New York. Yeah. Going back to Marco Rubio, I think he could actually win Texas in the likely, Georgia in the likely, Iowa, Ohio in the likely. Yeah, as well as Maine second. Going back, I think AOC will win Oregon, Colorado, Nevada, not New Hampshire. The first district in the likely column, and then win Maine in the lean. Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Virginia. Going back to Rubio, lean Florida, lean North Carolina, lean Arizona, lean Wisconsin, lean Pennsylvania, lean Minnesota. He actually did very good there in the primary and actually won it. Back to AOC, lean Michigan and lean New Hampshire, as well as lean Nebraska's second. So this would be a very hot election here, but I think Marco Rubio would end up winning. Still waiting on some results. If you have any other predictions you want me to make, just leave them down below. Joe Biden versus Sarah Palin 2024. Okay. California, safe. Actually, we'll go Republican as usual to start off. Utah, Idaho, Montana. Actually, not Montana. Wyoming, South Dakota. Nebraska. Oklahoma. Louisiana, Arkansas. Tennessee. West Virginia. Moving on to Biden, California, Washington, Oregon, Illinois, Hawaii, New Mexico, D.C., Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont, New York, Maine's first. And that's starting now, moving into likely. North Dakota, Montana, Missouri, Indiana, Kentucky, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, Alaska. She was popular there until she was at the end of her term. Florida will be likely because of Cuban turned up. I could actually see Florida being likely for Rubio. He won there pretty large, and he's pretty popular there as well. He also has a large Hispanic voter popularity. He actually is like a 45% or something like that as a Republican. Is pretty good. Moving back to Biden, Minnesota, Michigan, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Nevada, Colorado, Virginia, Maine. Moving back to Palin, Kansas, lean. Iowa, lean. Ohio, lean. No, not Maine yet. Biden, lean Arizona, lean North Carolina, lean Pennsylvania, back to Palin, tilt Maine, tilt Georgia, tilt Texas, tilt Wisconsin, tilt Nebraska second, and Florida tilt Biden. This would be my Palin-Biden 2024 prediction. Michigan's about half in now. Almost 40% in Missouri and half in Mississippi. I see Missouri flipping before Kansas. But at the moment, Missouri is trending Republican. It moved from, I think it was, here, I'll go to it. Where is it? I hit the page up. Let me just take this. Missouri primary. No. Missouri 2020 election. Election. (2016). We'll actually go back to 2004, which was about 7% for Bush, moved close to 0.1% for McCain, moved back to 7%, and then it moved all the way up to 19%. Do you see Florida going for Biden versus Trump? I see Trump winning Florida. Florida is almost always going to be going to the incumbent, as well as Trump has a positive 3 approval rating there. In the midterms, they flipped the Senate seat there, as well as held the governorship. So that shows strength for Trump in Florida. And I believe Trump will win Florida too. As well as if you look at, I know there's more Puerto Ricans as well as Cubans that live in Florida, but with the remaining Hispanic population, Biden did not do good with Hispanic voters and may turn off some to come out and vote, even though Sanders said the thing about Castro, which would turn off Cuban and Puerto Ricans and other Caribbean Hispanic voters. Could you do a best and worst case scenario for Biden? I don't see him flipping any Rust Belt but Michigan. Yes, I'll do best and worst. So Trump's best against Biden. So Utah, all of these. Texas would 2. California, DC, Maryland, Vermont, Massachusetts, New York. Now in best case, I'm not going to call Illinois. Actually, yeah, I'd call Illinois. Yeah, I forgot. I'm doing Biden. Hawaii. Back to Trump. Arizona likely. Georgia likely. Iowa likely. North Carolina likely. Going to Biden, Oregon likely. Washington likely. Delaware likely. New Jersey likely. Connecticut, Rhode Island. Maine. Oh, I forgot to do Maine second likely. Going back to Trump in the lean. Florida. Nevada. Wisconsin. Not going to do Georgia yet. I mean, Michigan yet. Pennsylvania. Going back to the Democrats. New Mexico. Virginia. And going back to Trump, Tilt, New Hampshire, Tilt, Michigan. Going back to Biden, Tilt, Colorado, Tilt, Minnesota. I forgot to do Nebraska second, likely, and Maine second would be lean. No, Maine at large would be lean. So this would be Trump's best case scenario against Biden, in my opinion. I don't think he'll flip Minnesota. I think it could become close. Colorado could become close. He'd flip New Hampshire and Nevada, basically, and expand on his leads for Biden's best case. California safe, Oregon, Washington, Hawaii, New Mexico, Illinois, D.C., Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Maryland, Vermont, New York. Going to Trump, Alaska, Idaho, Utah, Wyoming, Montana, North, South Dakota, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi. Actually, leave those. Going back to, actually, no, I don't think Biden would move it into likely. He'd become close to likely. And Kansas, he doesn't appeal to too much. Back to Biden, likely. Colorado, Nevada, I could see likely. Minnesota, Virginia, New Hampshire. Maine's first should have been likely safe. Forgot to do that one. Back to Trump and likely. So be South Carolina. That'd be it. Back to Biden for the leans. Michigan. I forgot to do likely. I don't think the second could flip. I think it'll be close to Tilt. North Carolina could flip, not lean. Tilt margin. Tilt. Back to Trump. Lean. Texas. I think he'll still win Iowa almost no matter what, as well as Ohio and Georgia. But Arizona, Tilt. Florida, it's gone to the incumbents almost always. Polling has Trump up. I'm going to have to, this would be a tie in my opinion, but let me do Nebraska second. Tilt. I'm going to have to tilt it to Trump. This would be, actually, no. Yeah, I could see tilting. So this would be Biden's best case scenario. Let's see if there's any delegate count update. 31-16 in Missouri. I don't know why Michigan's just being weird now. Here we go, 51-34. Same. And what about Mississippi? I feel like I spelled that wrong. Oh, I actually spelled it right. 28. So now Biden nearing 800 delegates, widening his lead over Sanders. Peaked at 8 people tonight. Pretty good. And we have an average 8-minute watch time. That's really good. Yeah, Sanders did not do at all good in Mississippi, which was projected. Could you do a best and worst case? Oh no, I already read that. Half the vote in Michigan. I think if Biden loses, the progressive movement will have a bigger force. I was expecting that in this election because Clinton lost and Sanders actually did pretty good in the primary. Didn't perform well enough to gain the nomination, but he did good. And I was expecting it to be even closer this one, but so far Biden has done a lot better than Clinton, as well as exemption of Texas and California, and Iowa and Nevada. But every other state, it looks like Biden has performed a lot. I think my mic blanked out for a second. I was saying I was expecting it to have more turnout this time and become closer, but because Joe Biden was Obama's vice president, he is getting that boost. But yeah, it's basically lost for Sanders, and I don't think Biden will beat Trump. But yeah, I think it'll be even larger force for progressives once again. I think it'll grow. How many votes did Gabbard? Almost 7,000. More than half in Missouri. Mike Espy did very good. Now, because Michigan went heavily for Biden, that now favors Wisconsin going for Biden. Wisconsin went heavily for Sanders, and I don't think he'll win Wisconsin now after the results of Michigan. As well as Illinois, I don't think we'll go for Sanders, or Ohio, or Indiana. This was a big hit for Sanders, and it looks like the end for his campaign ahead to gain the nomination. $34.19 for Missouri. $34.19. So now almost 800 for Biden. Who's this? Richard Whitmer endorsed Joe Biden as well. Flint went to Biden. About half the vote in on the Republican Michigan primary. Trump looks to hit 700-ish thousand votes. This is total delegate tracker. So, what is it, 10th? Oh, there's something the 14th, the Northern Marianas. I don't think I'll do that one. I'll see. Then this next Tuesday will be Florida, Illinois, Ohio, Arizona. Then, is that 3, 4? Next Tuesday after that, Georgia. Then the 29th, Puerto Rico. April 4th, Louisiana, Hawaii, Alaska, Wyoming. 7th of April, Wisconsin. 28th is big ones, New York and Pennsylvania. Fewer than 3,400 people voted in the contest in 2016, which Bernie Sanders won. Alright, I'm back. Results stalling. Oh, here we go. Finally, some results in North Dakota. 10% in, which shows Bernie Sanders leading. We're waiting on Idaho and Washington to come in about an hour, a little less than that. It looks like it's going to be a Sanders win. Wonder what predicted is showing. I just want to see this just shift any second. Oh, it's starting to shift slightly. Shifting more and more towards Sanders. I think it's going to Sanders. I don't know why it's still favored Biden. I think Biden's already read that. %70 in Mississippi. Trump about to hit 400,000 votes. North Dakota. Idaho. Let's see, what time is that? I forgot. 10. So about half an hour from now. And then Washington. About 20 minutes after Idaho. If Biden gets in, very worried Trump will have another 4 years. I mean, have you watched a Biden campaign rally? Plus, he's not the great of a debater. Plus, with Trump's Hunter Biden thing. Yeah, I've said, and a lot of people get angry at me when I say this, I don't think Biden would win. He wouldn't electrify the base. He wouldn't be able to get that many independents or young voters. He's not that charismatic. He's right now running on a Obama wave in name recognition in the establishment. I don't think he'll win, is the thing, and like a lot of people get angry at me because I say that. And I'm one of the few predictors on YouTube that says that too. And yeah, he isn't a great debate. He's not a great debater. Each time there's a debate, he goes down in the polls. I've not yet seen a debate where he really goes up in the polls. I don't get a lot of people debate me on that, but I know like a lot of people who are also Democrats that wouldn't even support Biden. They don't even like him. If you look at the percentage of people voting too, it's like 40-ish percent he's getting, or 30. I forgot what percent. Hold on. I'll find out in a second. (2020) primary election, and then let's go wiki. He's gotten 34.8% of the vote, and he has to appeal one to his entire party to actually, not appeal, but at least 90% of his party to win an election. He's gotten 34, 35 so far. So that means he has a lot to work on, and then he also has to appeal to independents, which is another problem we'll have, and electrifying the base, as well as getting Hispanics voter support and young voter support. but I try to make people just not go off mainstream media and just compare Bernie and Biden rallies, and there's a clear difference. What I do and my how I look at things is I look at every single different media, mainstream media. I look at some rallies, and then is this? I'm glad there's another Nick that loves politics. um, like I was saying, I look at like who could electrify a base, who is going to be able to unify their base, as well as get independent voters. And if you actually look at like a Trump rally versus a Biden rally, there's like no energy at a Biden rally, and there's like tons of energy at a Trump rally. Like him or not, if you look at like energy, Trump has huge energy on the Republican side, and he doesn't really need to unite his party. He already has united the party and created the new Republican Party. All he has to do is get independents and turn out voters, which he probably will turn out his base because he has over a 90% approval rating in the Republican Party, which is very high. We're also in very partisan times, so yes, people are definitely going to come out for their party. Washington. Okay, let's see. North Dakota. Not yet. Mississippi. Nothing new. Michigan. Nothing new. If you're new to the channel, please go subscribe, like the videos, as well as hit the notification bell to get notified when new videos come out. I'll be live streaming the Illinois, as well as, what is it? Illinois, Florida, Ohio, Arizona, and there's one more. I'm trying to think. Hold on. I can't go blank on that. It's Illinois, Florida, Ohio, and oh, it's only 4. Okay. I'm like wondering. I thought it was 5. But big 4 states. And I think Biden win, Biden win, Biden win, Biden win. I think Biden could win all of these after the results that I have shown. Actually, Arizona will be close. A lot of Hispanic voters there. But with Sanders' comments with Castro, it may turn some of them off. And I think it leans, actually, at least all of those lean Biden at the moment. I think if it was a Biden versus Sanders, it would be closer. I'm from North Dakota in the Grand Forks area, and I know here there were tons of Bernie supporters, and my family is all in Illinois, and I know there are a ton of Bernie supporters. The only, yes, North Dakota, I believed throughout the whole entire race was going to go to some progressive candidate. I was at, for a long time, Sanders. At one point I said Warren when she was at a high point, but I've really never said it's not going to go to Sanders, and a lot of people were saying, oh, it's going to go to Biden, it's going to go to Klobuchar. No, North Dakota, very progressive for Democrats. Illinois, more split, pretty even. More Chicago is, I think, Chicago is more establishment based, and I think other areas like rural, as well as other areas in the country, are also progressive, more rural areas, and more urban areas are establishment. North Dakota, yeah, went pretty heavily to Sanders. Illinois, very close. Like I was saying, I think it was Chicago, and this is near Iowa. This, I forgot what the city is. It Davenport or something. Pretty establishment. Springfield actually surprisingly went Sanders. Yeah, I see that here in North Dakota, lots of Trumps here. Yeah, North Dakota, one of the most Republican states in the country. It went to Trump by 63%, 27% to Clinton. And then if you look at counties, almost all. So you said you were from Forks, which went 53% to Trump, 35% to Clinton. 6,000 vote lead there for Trump. For the primary, I'm using this one. For 2016, I'm using the New York Times. Two counties actually. Oh yeah, I made a prediction on my Twitter page. I don't know if you're new to the channel or not, but I have a Twitter page I recently made. I'll link you that description too. You could vote on there, as well as I do state by state results. I don't know if you have a Twitter or not, but if you do, go check that out if you're interested. I did actually a whole country prediction after doing each individual state over time. Where's North Dakota? South Dakota, no. I also link polls on there. So for North Dakota, my prediction for 2020 is 65% for Trump, 28% for the Democrats, 5.6% for a Libertarian, and almost 1% for the Green Party. 226,000, 97,000 for the Democrats, 19,000 for Libertarians, and 3,400 for Green. 59% turnout. See more results. North Dakota, not yet. Mississippi, 80% in. Missouri, 90% in, and the Republican side 60%. In Michigan, Trump cracks 400,000 votes, and 57% in on the Democratic side. I'll definitely check it out. Yeah, it's if you're interested on more like state by state results and polling and stuff, I post that on there, as well as you could vote on what you think will happen. So I hope you like the Twitter page when you check that out. I don't know why they have not called North Dakota yet. What is predicted showing? Still shows Biden leading there in betting. No way. North Dakota on the Republican side. Doesn't show results. Idaho also went really very heavy to Sanders, and I think it'll happen again. Not as heavy though. Yeah, polls closed at 7. Choice should be coming out soon, I think. Yeah, I think they should be coming out soon. I don't know what's delaying it. It was supposed to close 9:20ish or something like that, or 9 o'clock for me. It's just counting very slow, or they have a big batch that's about to update soon, because sometimes they do that. Sanders dominated the young voters in Michigan, as well as did decent with 30 to 44-year-olds. Probably some more votes suppression like they did to Heidi in 2018 with the Native Americans. Oh yeah, I forgot Heidi Heitkamp was actually the senator in North Dakota and lost to Kevin Cramer. I think she lost, what was it, like 12 points or something like that, though. South Dakota, it's probably going to go to Biden. I'm going to definitely do a whole nation prediction again sometime this month, which is going to show a lot of heavy support for Biden after a lot of the results that have shown. New York also will definitely go for Biden after a lot of what's shown. And now with Bloomberg's endorsement, which he was decently popular, not very much, but it'll help push Biden even further. Did you hear Steve Bullock's running in Montana for Senate? That'll be interesting. I should actually do a Senate prediction too, like a video, but I'll do one in here too. Let's say Republican, Oklahoma, Nebraska, South Dakota, Wyoming, Idaho, Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee, South Carolina, West Virginia, Alaska for the Democrats, Oregon, Illinois, Delaware, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, back to Republicans likely, Texas, Kansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Kentucky, Georgia, both seats. Back to the Democrats, likely New Mexico, likely Minnesota, likely New Hampshire. Back to the Republicans, Iowa lean, Montana lean. Back to the Democrats, lean Colorado. Oh, I forgot to likely for Virginia. Back to the Republicans, tilt North Carolina. Tilt Maine. for the Democrats. Tilt Michigan, tilt Arizona. 52.48 plus 1 for the Democrats average. I think Michigan. Okay, there's this cool website I also recently found out about. Good memory. Yeah, a friend of mine that lives in Montana, they told me. What's it called? So, let's say Michigan Senate race 2020 open secrets. This is a cool website for elections. So Gary Peters has raised $11.5 million to John James 8.2. But John James, if he's not the nominee yet, he's doing very good with fundraising. And then you could be like, where is it? Contributions, and see where PAC money is given. Like University of Michigan, $145,000 for Peters, or let's say, what is that close district? I think is it 8? Yeah. So far, it looks like the Democrat favored there, Lisa Schlotkin. Or even like, let's say, Colorado Senate. Cory Gardner has a large fundraising, but John Hickenlooper has raised a lot. Very cool website. You can look at contributions. 100,000 from the Vote Sane PAC, which is, you can click on and it has this much in contributions, and to who from least to great, from greatest to least, which least $29 to some person, and it favors Republicans. Very cool website. You should go check that out. Hold on, let me copy this. Cool website though, you should check it out. Do you think, wait, do you think Michelle will run in 2024? No, I do not. I think the Obamas are kind of done with running for running for election. I think they'll try to get her to run, but I don't think she will. I think they actually tried this time around too, and I don't think she wanted to. But yeah, I don't think she'll run. They'll try to get her, but she won't, I don't think. Yeah, that site is really cool. I recently found out about it. I was looking up campaign contributions and I ran into it. Like you could go into like any single race, let's say like random Alaska Senate race, and you could see like Dan Sullivan is raised this much, and then there's so many different things you could choose from. I think contributions is the best one on here, and then you see the packs and what they've given and how much, and then you could click on like let's say this one, how much it's done total and in lobbying, and who it's given to, and Republican or Democrat how much, and contributions from PACs and how much. Great, and how I'm gonna be up late for the next few months studying the site. Yeah, I've been looking at this site a lot, and it's showing like a lot of how like the cool thing is like what's a big state? Florida. It's got all the House races, and let's say House District 6, and how much is raised on both sides, and it shows how much contributors, and it's not contributors. What is it? Is it under PACs? There's one of them where it's like shows how much and which sector. Candidates is it under? Raised, spent. One of them shows like how much comes from PACs and how much is raised individually. And for a lot of those house races, we don't really know much about. It's a good indicator to see where they stand. Any results in delegate count change? Mississippi. Okay, Bernie Sanders got 1 in Mississippi. 7 remain. North Dakota. Nothing yet. Missouri. 783. So I'm like one off somewhere. I'm currently doing an election night with pamphlet and Google Docs. Did the NRA give anything to Biden? Let's see. Where do you go to presidential? I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, you could also go through each cycle as well. Let's go menu presidential. Joe Biden. Large contributors, 63%. Contributors. Some huge ones on here. Morgan. Let's see. I don't think so. Let's see Sanders, how much big versus small. Small is 55, big is 35. Oh wow, actually Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple gave money to help fund Bernie Sanders, as well as AT&T, Walmart, IBM. How about Trump? Let's go to Trump. 50% small, 30% large. America First, Midland. Let's see. Any large companies? Not really. Midland Energy, kinda, yeah. Palmer. The UFC funded $1 million to Trump. Whoa, that's a lot. Let's see Midland Energy and candidates heavily to Republicans. How many counties do you think Biden will win at Oklahoma? I'll say Oklahoma City. Well, wasn't expecting that. I did a prediction on here. This was my Oklahoma prediction. Trump got 65%. Democrat got 29.78%, and I predicted Oklahoma County moving into the lean column from the likely. I don't think it'll go lean. I think it'll be very, very, very close, though, and I think it'd edge to Trump. It went about over 10 points last time. I don't think it'll be over a 10-point swing. Even though it's shifted, what is that? 58. It shifted about 6 points from 2012. Still waiting on results in North Dakota. Still, we're gonna get like Idaho in before there's more results. For some reason, it's like really slow, and it should be pretty fast. Tulsi Gabbard. Let's see. Majority small, some large. Bill Weld. Majority large. Kellogg's. J.P. Morgan, Harvard. 2016, this would be cool. Hillary got 52% large and only 18% small. The Paloma Partners, 21 million. Big company. There's a Pritzker Group. Pritzker. Isn't that a governor? Sunset. Emerson College. Was Trump. Majority small. Self-funding 20%, large 14. Can you do a map where Ross Perot didn't drop out of the 1992 election? You mean like, well, he did drop out, but he came back. Do you mean like he was in the whole time? What do you think Gabbard will do in the primaries? I think she'll pick off maybe a couple delegates and Democrats abroad. She's pretty popular with the outside Americans, like the military and embassies and all that. as well as islands that we have that are territories. I'll do it in a second. I'm just kind of looking a little, browsing through this. Walt Disney gave $5 million for Trump. Wow. Houston, $2 million. Donor demographics. Oh, I didn't even see this. Expenditures. Oh, I did not notice any of this. This is even cooler. Okay. Menu. No. Congress. I wanted to click. Let's just say Nancy Pelosi. Expenditures. What is this? Fundraising, media. That's cool. Oh, thank you to the person who's just subscribed. We're now at 202. So let me go 1992. Oh, what do you think she'll do after the primaries? She's a representative. She's a representative of Hawaii, and I think she'll just run for re-election. Or she could run as a third party. You never know. There's been some speculation. So he did the best in Maine. He actually might have been able to win Maine. Why is this being really weird? Hold on. Let's do Maine's first. Go to Clinton. Right? Yeah. Then the remaining. There. And we'll make. Where is it? The first district. Go to Clinton. Alaska, that was close. You could also possibly see that. Utah, no, too far. I think that would probably be about it for Ross Perot to gain states. North Carolina probably would have flipped if he was in the race to take votes away from Bush. Oklahoma, no. South Carolina. Arizona could have flipped too. Check out Kansas. Kansas went, okay. %26. I think it's a little too. I think it's a little too far away from him picking up Kansas. But I think that where'd it go? I think that'd be my prediction if he stayed in the race. Be a bigger victory for Clinton, and then Ross Perot would pick up Maine as well as Alaska, and Bill Clinton would pick up Maine's first. See, is there any new result? Oh, some results in Idaho. Joe Biden leads, surprisingly. Almost all in there. Some results coming out in Washington. Very, very close. Half of the vote already. Let's go to here. What is it showing? It's not gonna look good if Sanders loses Washington. .09. Check out Idaho, Utah, Wyoming, and Montana. Utah, 27%, but Bush did break through 40%, which is very high for this election, so I don't think he'd flip Utah. What is Illinois Senate looking like this year? I haven't really checked it out. I know of a couple candidates. I think that one was a sheriff and the other one was a judge, and then another. There was not too popular. Send me all the way back to the here. Illinois Senate. Yeah, not too good for Republicans. Yeah, this one I know of, and this one. I both heard of these two, but they're I'm gonna guess it's one of these two that are gonna win it, the nomination. What was the close seats in Illinois? I think it was 12 or 14. I think it's 14. That's actually pretty good for fundraising. So this was gonna be close race. And then is it 7? No, 6. This one's probably not going to be flipped by the Republicans. Bernie Sanders now leads by like 30 or 29 votes right now in Washington. Biden broke through 700,000 votes, Trump nearing 500,000. Elizabeth Warren, 119,000 votes taken away from Sanders and 105,000 from Biden from Bloomberg. That's the only thing with early voting. Like, you don't know sometimes when a candidate drops out or not because you don't know by then. You're voting early. Sometimes they're still in the race and you're still going to vote for them. Sanders now edging his lead slightly by a little under 1,000. It's like here, 8% for Warren, 7.7% for Bloomberg, 5% for Buttigieg. Where's what's it called? Seattle at? I forgot. I think it's somewhere here. I think it's this one. It's one of these counties here. Let's go here. Washington. Seattle is that one. Okay. Right? It's this one. King. 2016. It's King County, which Sanders leads by 1%. Trump has actually done pretty good in these primaries that he has gone into, like almost 500,000. So he'll probably get about 700,000 in Michigan. He got like 2.8 million votes in Texas. That's very high for your own re-election. I think what was Bush's? I think it was, hold on, in 2004 was the Republican primary. (2004) Republican primary. Bush turned out 7.8 million. Trump's already almost there. And it's not even counting today's Michigan, North Dakota, which hasn't done any. Mississippi, what else? I don't know why I'm going kind of blank on what is up for today's. Oh yeah, Missouri, Michigan, Idaho. I think Ross Perot would have won Maine, Alaska, Utah, Nevada, Montana, and maybe Kansas. Also, how does it look for Bernie in Washington? Not good, because he only leads by 0.1% in a state he should win by at least 10 points. But he does lead in Seattle by a point, but it's 70% in. Let's go to total votes. Biden broke through 7 million. Sanders at 5.6. Warren 2.2. Bloomberg 2. Judge 7. Klobuchar, Gabbard, Yang. Biden has average is a total of a 1.3 million vote lead. How's Washington this close? I know. I'm so surprised it's this close. 1,000 vote lead in a state where he should probably win by about 10%. Warren, for one, took 124,000 basically away from him, and Bloomberg took 111,000 away from Biden, 59,000 from Buttigieg, 30,000 Klobuchar, 3,000 Steyer, and so on. That's why you shouldn't early vote unless you really have to. If you're new to the channel, please go subscribe, like the video, as well as hit the notification bell to get notified when new videos come out. I'll be live streaming next Tuesday's primaries, which include Florida, Ohio, Illinois, and Arizona. Average 8, almost 9 minutes. Can you do a map if Ross Perot never ran? Oh, that would be interesting now, because that was 18 million votes he had. Sure. I wish they made the system easier for stuff like this. Oh yeah, you have to go up here, go to this one, this one, this one, Kansas. Yeah, they made the system hard to do. Push the clear. Well, if you push clear. Oh, it actually works. They must have updated it, because when you used to click clear, it would put it back to the original. Okay, that is so much easier now. 1992 election results. Okay, what is this? First state, Alabama. Yeah, this would be a Bush win. Alaska. Yeah. Arizona, yeah. Arkansas would definitely be a Bill Clinton one. California. Yeah, lean to Bill Clinton. Maybe likely. Did you not change the color? Oh, that's stupid. Colorado. This wouldn't be close. I'm gonna come back to it. Connecticut. This would be probably a Clinton. Delaware would probably be also Clinton. DC, definitely Clinton. Well, looks like how many states used to be blue? I know. Florida would definitely be red. Wait a second, this isn't even 1992, I don't think. No, this is not. I'm using the wrong map. No. 1992. Here we go. Blank. So is it Arizona, California, Arkansas, Florida? I think that was it. It might be slightly off. Oh yeah, hold on, so it was Alabama, yeah. Alaska. Arizona, yeah, I did. Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut. Delaware. DC, Florida. Georgia, I think could have. It was close. I think it would have gone to Bush. Hawaii would go to Clinton. Idaho would go to Bush. Illinois would go to Clinton. Indiana would go to Bush. Iowa, probably Clinton still. Kansas would go to Bill Clinton. I mean, not to Bill, Bush. Kentucky, I think, would have flipped back to Bush. Louisiana would go to Clinton. Maine would go to Bush. But the second district would go to Bush. First district would go to Clinton. Maryland would go to Clinton. Massachusetts would go to Clinton. Oh, I did Massachusetts on accident there. Maryland. Michigan would go. I'm going to say it's going to flip back to Bush. Minnesota would go to Clinton. Mississippi would go to Bush. Missouri would go to Clinton. Montana would go to Bush. Nebraska, Bush. Nevada would go Bush. New Hampshire, Bush. New Jersey would go Bush. New Mexico would go Clinton. New York would go to Clinton. What? It changed back to the current map. I don't know why it does that. I'll just continue through. North Carolina would go to Bush. North Dakota would go to Bush. Ohio would go Bush. Oklahoma, Bush. Oregon would go Clinton. Pennsylvania would go Clinton. Rhode Island, Clinton. South Carolina would go to Bush. South Dakota would go Bush. Tennessee would go Clinton. Texas would go Bush. Utah would go Bush. Vermont would go Clinton. Virginia would go Bush. Washington would go Clinton. West Virginia would go Clinton. Wisconsin would go Clinton. Wyoming would go Bush. So we're down to Colorado to see if it ties. I was not ready to see this. I'm going to say, yeah, it does tie. So that would be my 1992 prediction, even though the map changed somehow midway through. So tie 269, 269. Should possibly be some delegates in for Washington, actually. $17-17. Michigan results 51-34, which is the same. Mississippi is the same, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Missouri. I actually put an extra 34-19. Same. What about North Dakota? Five and 5. 4 remain. I think that's all. Bernie Sanders now has like a 1,800 vote lead. Trump just endorsed Tommy Tuberville in Alabama against his attorney general, that his previous attorney general, Jeff Sessions. He endorsed Tommy Tuberville. So not a good sign for Sessions. Is this? Oh, it's county, Beck County. .2% lead for Sanders now in Washington. Win all 310 state primaries? I don't know about that one because there's still a chance for Sanders to win North Dakota, Washington, or Idaho. Idaho's looking less and less likely, though. There's actually, hold on. Slate update 2% more in. There are 125 pledged delegates available in Michigan's Democratic presidential primary vote, where candidates have been campaigning on health care, the economy, and jobs. Access to clean air and water are also key issues, especially following the Flint water crisis. Bernie Sanders won the Democratic primary here in 2016 against Hillary Clinton, but Donald Trump won the state narrow by 0.2% margin in November general election. So if Biden chose Amy Klobuchar as VP, would that change the election? I mean, it might Minnesota will definitely favor Biden more than it would now, which I think it could possibly go into the likely margin, as well as I think she had a decent amount of support in Michigan, so I think she'd boost his support in those two states, but she I don't she's not that charismatic though. She's kind of like Mike Pence, where yeah, you'll get that extra boost in like Indiana, but the only thing is Mike Pence gave the evangelical boost for Trump. um Klobuchar is just boosting in two states instead of one, as well as a group of people, so she's mostly boosting in the same demographic that Biden's going under, as well as Minnesota and Michigan voters. It really looks like the timing of those endorsements right before the Super Tuesday really let Biden ride the train. I can't believe it. I can't believe it either. I was expecting Buttigieg to stay in longer for sure. He actually was doing pretty good, like in Iowa and New Hampshire. Amy Klobuchar was doing pretty good. I was thinking, gonna drop out after Super Tuesday. Elizabeth Warren, I also thought would last longer, except for the results after Super Tuesday, as well as Bloomberg. I was actually almost certain that Bloomberg was gonna stay in a little bit longer because he was pouring a lot of money in. Surprisingly, this time around, polling did get Michigan correct after a long period of time of not good polling. Then do the Democratic primary correct. I don't think the Republican one right. General elections, actually 3 general elections. They got the winner right in 2 of them, but not the percentage votes close at all. It's usually 10 points off in Michigan. It could even be up to 20-ish points off. Been live streaming 3 hours and 38 minutes. Yang nearing 100,000 votes, still gaining some votes in other places. Let's see. Nothing new. I don't even like my own thing. People did say Biden was going to win Washington, barely. They showed also Bernie winning in Michigan, but that didn't happen. Missouri they did right. Mississippi were correct. Idaho 50-50. North Dakota favors Sanders, and abroad favors Sanders. Let's see, is anything in Idaho new? No. Three-quarters in for the Republican side. About Trump probably could break about 700,000 still. It's getting closer. A lot of Democratic turnout, though, in the Michigan one, too. No, Bernie's area won in Missouri. I'm very surprised. Not even one county went to him. If you're new to the channel, please go subscribe, like the video, as well as hit the notification bell. We are currently at 202 subscribers, and I hope we could reach maybe 210 by the end of the month. We'll see how far we could get. Longhorns got 55% of the vote in this one county. Washington is in a Texas-Maine situation. Yeah, it is. Maine lasted very long in counting. It was so close throughout the night, and even I'm surprised they just didn't tie the delegates. Because sometimes they've done that a lot in South Dakota because it's usually very close. And I'm surprised they didn't do that in Iowa, actually. Surprising, no new results in North Dakota in a while. Third and almost in Idaho, and Biden still leads by 7 points. I wonder what the total vote at the end of the Democratic primaries will be. We're about, halfway through already? Wait, is there more delegates in Idaho now for Biden? I think so. Yeah, 3 more. So 8 and 5. thinking about 10 more minutes or so. I'm going to end the stream. It's been very long, and it looks like just a couple results are still coming in, such as Idaho, which is counting pretty slowly. North Dakota, which hasn't had an update since it's released, and Washington, which looks like it's going to go definitely into the morning, probably. It'll be having some remaining delegates. So in about 10 minutes, I'm going to get off. And if you haven't done so yet, please go subscribe, like the video, as well as hit the notification bell. It's actually, what is Andrew Yang ranked down in here? Why does it look weird? Let's go Biden's book. No. I don't know why it looks really weird. Okay, well then what do they rank Amy Klobuchar? That's what I was gonna look at. They rank her as populist leaning liberal. Oh, Josh Hawley, I know he got elected. He's a moderate conservative. Cindy Hyde-Smith, she's her opponent, which is having his primary today in Mississippi. Let's see, Gary Peters, which John James running against most likely. Susan Collins, which is going to have a hard election, is moderate libertarian liberal. Joni Ernst, just going to have an interesting race too. A hardcore conservative. What is Marco Rubio? I think he's middle. I'm guessing. Hardcore conservative. Arizona, Martha McSally, which is going to have probably the hardest race, hardcore conservative ranking. Let's go back here. Let's see, still no new update. Nothing new. About 5 more minutes, I'm going to be getting off. That means we'd almost have a 4-hour live stream. Biden getting probably now is not, this year is probably not going to become a contested convention. It's looking better and better for Biden. Sanders did not expand that much tonight. And we'll see if he could even win Washington or Idaho or North Dakota. So far it doesn't look like he's going to win Idaho. Washington's going to be a nail biter, and North Dakota, we just don't know anything because it hasn't updated. Okay, an update in delegate count in Missouri, 3621. Mississippi, 2-29. Michigan, 51-34, same. Washington, 17-17, same. Trump now about to get the nomination. Whew, I thought it was going to be Bill Weld. So sad, something just doesn't seem right. Yeah, I feel like, well, the thing was, there was such a drastic change in the race before Super Tuesday and then after Super Tuesday. So polling got all mixed up. People were hoping to vote for their candidates that were expected to still be in the race, but then dropped out, endorsed Biden, and then Warren just didn't endorse anyone after Super Tuesday. And then there was early votes for some strong candidates such as Elizabeth Warren, Bloomberg, and Buttigieg, as well as Klobuchar, like in Washington, which actually kind of favored Joe Biden kind of favored Joe Biden in some ways, and Bernie Sanders and others with that early voting. But mostly hurt Sanders throughout this because of all those endorsements all of a sudden. Peaked at 9 people. We've been steady 5, 6 mostly throughout, which has been pretty good. Yeah, the right thing to do is drop out and just say vote for whoever you think is the best candidate. $3,000 vote lead in Idaho for Biden. Looks like he's gonna win there. Could be close though. County. Let's see. Okay, one of the cities favors. One of the biggest cities favors Biden right now. As well as 2 other cities. So yeah, it doesn't look good for Sanders. Yeah, Washington's just stuck at its current amount of votes. 2,000 vote lead for Sanders. I think it'll be close. I can't really say because Seattle is favored Sanders, but like the suburbs are favored Biden. And then a lot of the rural areas with actual population are favoring Biden, and then the less populated are favoring Sanders, so it's kind of balancing each other out right now. Sanders might not even win Kent County. That wouldn't be good for him. Not even winning Kent, which went very heavily for him last time. Or Ingram. He might not even win a county this time around. Slight update in Idaho. Now, was a 3,300 vote lead for Biden. 7 points. In all these, it favors Biden pretty heavily. Is there something new in North Dakota? Oh my gosh, there's actually new results in North Dakota. 11-point lead for Sanders. Okay. Okay, now it's starting to favor Sanders, and I think he'll win North Dakota at least throughout the night. Give him one state. And it's favoring back to Biden. Oh no, it's not. It's going back and forth. It's pretty close. Still nothing new in Washington. Narrowing up in Idaho, though. But there's 41%, and it looks like Biden's going to carry it out through the night. Well, I think I'm going to be getting off pretty shortly, maybe a couple minutes, 2 minutes from now. Been on for quite a while, 4 hours. I'm going to be live streaming next Tuesday, so I hope you guys check that out. As well as make sure you subscribe, like the video, as well as hit the notification bell. Surprised North Dakota's still favored for Biden, though. Well, I think I'm gonna end it. Let's just go through, see if there's any last results, and I'll add that in, and then I'll be getting off. Said that 10 minutes ago, but let's just check just to make sure before I end it off. Still same, all the results in Missouri. Still same in Washington. Same delegate count. Michigan 51-35. One more for Sanders. Mississippi, same. Missouri, I don't know, it's spelled wrong. 37 now for Biden. North Dakota, 5-5, the same. Idaho, 8-5, same. So we're now at 816 Biden, 660 Sanders, 69 Warren, 26 Buttigieg, 61 Bloomberg, 7 Klobuchar, and 2 Gabbard. We still have Democrats abroad, which will not be reported for a while. And we still have some other delegates that remain in other states such as Utah, California, Colorado. I think a couple in the South, one from Tennessee. And the current states that are up now still have remaining delegates that'll be added over the next week or so, or maybe tomorrow they'll be most of them in. Let's go through this one more time. Same. That's same. Same. This is about to be fully in. The same. And the same. So I'm going to end it off here. Thank you for everyone who has watched, the new subscriber, as well as anyone who's now following me or has checked out my Twitter page. Thank you for doing that. Thank you to all the people who liked the video as well. I'm going to be live streaming next Tuesday, so go check that out. I'm going to end it off here. Goodbye.